aced. Hello. Hey, everybody. Let me move my mic a little bit. Hello. And it's Ace Attorney Friday, baby. Oh, whoops. I started the game. Anyway. Hello. I hope everyone's doing a wonderful night. Let me switch it over. Yeah! My parents are home right now, so say hi to Chaos. Hi, Chaos! Hi! I hope Chaos is doing okay. You know, for someone who doesn't know the context, this would sound very silly. But hi! Hell the fucking oh, that's right. But yeah, we're gonna continue Ace Attorney. I have a controller now, so you won't hear me clicking and pressing buttons. Also, I just realized that the menu is like, it changes to where you last saved, I guess, or where you left off. I think that's pretty cool. Pretty funny. Without further ado, let's get started. Ugh. Where we last left off, I'm hoping it was the last deduction dance. Because I would have done it last stream, but I was so tired. Enough sapitos for what? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you planning? Oh boy. I'm scared. Well, let's continue. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. It won't let you? Wait, really? Oh. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance if you please. I haven't changed it. Oh well. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said, of these two prevaricators. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely! You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So, we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Let's see. Chunky arms. So fast. Wait. Was there a way to zoom in? Actually, hold on. Okay. Chunky arms.
Yes.
I didn't mean to hit that. I didn't mean to hit that. Oops. I'm trying to figure things out. Whatever. Your arms suggest that you're fucking guilty. Oh boy, okay. Alright. I don't think there was a way to zoom out, so I just gotta blah 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 blah. Ah! There it is! Why you got an ink stain on your back?
Yes.
Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there.
Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from.
So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain?
What are you trying to say?
It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. It would have been cool if she had a snake, but it makes more sense for her to have a cat. It would have been really funny if she did have a snake, but it makes more sense for it to be a cat. Hello! Hello, I just woke up and myself some food. Hi! Hi, Love Bug Ghost. Welcome. We just started as well. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Yeah, I think, I'm pretty sure it was like trying to get you to think, oh, it's a snake! Because I thought it was a snake too. Okay, you can watch Owl House tonight. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Watch Owl House. Good show. I recommend it. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. And I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then. The evidence that proves that what the stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is this, right? It's the ink.
Yes!
Love that effect. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink shows it. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink. A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ugh! Ah, the penny drops, at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. Ink sands. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt.
Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything.
Eh? Eh?
I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Buryad to emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut.
Oh, so you closed it. Okay.
I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Biff, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do the talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Biff, please, you must help me.
I went with her. The door into cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one. My little furry friend.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you.
The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over and broke his neck when he fell onto the floor.
Yes, that is right.
So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor.
She said she was worried when she heard the sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel. The door was not locked. So she opened to look, and you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you! When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside,
I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Da. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Cosmo's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural.
what do you mean unnatural?
Your DoorDash epic! What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... If Cosmo tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck, which part of this photograph print seems unnatural? And when the driver picked up my food, they sent me a Minions meme that says, "Order is on the way." I miss Kazuma too. I don't really know what they mean. Which part of the photograph seems unnatural? The neck? I don't know. I don't know what they mean. I don't think they know what the heck's going on. I don't know shit about fuck, officer. The neck, maybe? I mean, hold on. What did the post-mortem report say? Time of death. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. The victim's neck is almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. I don't know shit about fuck. I guess the neck? Question mark? I don't know. I honestly don't know. This part put me through a loop. Well, he fell. Yeah, I guess it's the neck, right? Must be here. Yeah, no, it wasn't the neck. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. When nothing of crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. They were open. And it can be equally helpful to use them. I don't know. I seriously don't know what they're talking about. Underneath. Oh, wait. What would you land as the victim has? What are your hands? What of your hands? Eh? You look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. This should be an easy task. Why do I? If Cosmo tripped and fell by some... the fist, maybe?
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then his fist just doesn't seem quite right. You're clenching your fists in frustration, aren't you? Wait, they just tell you? So it was his fist, okay. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. I was saved, Scubby, damn it. Well. Only tryhards fought with their fists closed. Almost, you might say. As though he were gripping something. Huh?
What do you mean?
Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago.
You did?
And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow?
Don't make me guess.
Mr. Shawns, show us, please!
Why, of course, my dear madam. Why would I keep you in suspense? Maybe.
Eh?
This is what I found.
That's pretty. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle.
Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty. But what does it tell us? It tells us nothing.
I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks... It looks familiar somehow. I guess... I guess not. I thought it was here somewhere, but I guess not. So, Roderick. Yeah. I thought I had something. Oh, wait a minute. Huh, no, I guess not. Huh, I thought I had something.
Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key.
Hey, Frog Champ! Welcome, welcome! Welcome to the stream!
Your mom said good and hard to my door!
There it is.
Let it be known that that was Cam that did that, not me. So I didn't say that.
What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. Huh? How did that crescent moon come to be in Cosmo's clenched fist?
No, it wasn't me. I didn't say anything.
This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe! Find the answer with your own eyes! Eh? Where did the crescent moon come from? Eh? I wish I could zoom in. Because I feel like zooming in might come in handy. Spin! Spin! Ah! Ah! Ah!
Yes!
Excuse me, Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well.
What? Look at you trying to look up the semen shirt. Naughty, naughty.
I wasn't trying to look up the semen shirt. I'm not even interested in the guy. I was spinning. And on your other ear, there seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. Sometimes we just gotta spin. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night, in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no! Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? So she killed him? Or at least she's, like, responsible for the accident? I don't know, let's see. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait! Cat. I couldn't believe when she disappeared to the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darka would not come back.
The driver's name who said the minion meme is Maya. It comes full circle.
Knock, knock. Oh. Whoa! Antai! Thank you for subscribing for 3 months! Hi, 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 hi!
Murder time.
What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector?
Kazuma! I missed you!
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was a friend of mine. The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina.
Huh? No! I don't know that name.
My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from our land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away.
Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him?
Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever.
Wait!
I shouted. And then Darga jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And as he turns around to look at me, I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's why you went to fetch help from Steven Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on the floor, so I ran to her.
Oh, give me a moment, a momento.
Shh! Shut up. Shut up.
Help me, Biff! You're my only hope! If they found out, I will be... Please! I have nowhere to go!
So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into cabin and looked around to make sure there was no one, there was nothing to show Nina was there.
Wow, I love this neighborhood.
And then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right. That's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed the wardrobe and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling on to write on floor. I wrote so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell?
It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see.
But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt of the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. there's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova.
What?
Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away but from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain for the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem?
It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Ah, she thought he was going to call for Hosonaga. Ah. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
He said an inspector was his friend.
Yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard.
I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the cord, I...
May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know.
What?
I don't think he was gonna pull the bell cord. I think she was gonna go. I think he was going to get Ryunosuke. I think he meant to get Ryunosuke, not pull the bell cord.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not done yet, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? I mean, I think it's pretty obvious what he was going to do. Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within this cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage.
So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama?
Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes!
If there's one thing I learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? The wardrobe.
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe.
The wardrobe?
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night?
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
So you killed him for nothing! Murder! Another opinion.
Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
Oh no. She still did it though.
Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that.
I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done?
Yeah, you feel bad about it. And she's not gonna get arrested for it. Obviously not. I don't think so. It really doesn't matter whether she expected her to do it or not. The point is, she still did it, and it ended up someone dying. She has to suffer some consequences for that.
And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest.
I'm still so upset that Kazuma is dead. So fucking upset. That's so inappropriate!
What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to
repatriate? I don't know that word.
Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia, then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to.
Make her a citizen of Russia again?
She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see.
Oh, okay. Well, it's more like I just didn't know how to read it. It's like words I've never seen or heard before, so I didn't know how to how to read it. I'm sorry.
Seaman Stroganoff?
I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you. About how you lost good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police.
That's kind of you.
Oh, handcuffs are gone.
In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosmo's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you?
Da.
Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow, as much as it pains me. I'm going to have to hand you over to Console to arrange your passage back to Japan. Did I say Console? I meant Console or whatever. Yes. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even began then. To think that only days ago, Cosmo and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. It seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Oh, Susato. Susato-san? Ah! Naruhodo-san! I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Oh. Aw, man. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over. Just like that. Susato-san. Oh. He had such grand idea. I almost went into Pavlova's accent. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Who said that? Ah, Hosonaga-san. Inspector. My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. Eh? And I'm free again now, at least. Huh? Surprise! Mr. Naruhodo! What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them, for old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway, after all. Ah! He thinks this is funny? Not the time, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes? We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute! It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway! The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? Yeah, I figured it was him. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. Huh? But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little valuable in Great Britain, I'm afraid.
Oh, but...
But anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
Yes.
Mrs. Sato?
Yes?
Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Ah! But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo.
That's ridiculous! Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out! I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector. Every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Mrs. Sato?
I think it's a wonderful idea.
Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness! Yet fascinating. Wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all harbor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Ow. Speak for yourself! Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? He's a good man, see? Dumb, but good? I like how you worded it as a question. I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how to best make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer. I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all.
Thank you.
Oh, babies!
And, Mr. Naruhodo? I'd like you to take charge of this.
What? Me? Are you sure?
I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted.
Oh shit, we get a cool sword!
Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always.
We got a sword!
So then, Mr. Sato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study.
Yes! That's exactly what I need!
But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you, too.
Goodness, what is it?
Please throw me to the ground.
What?
3 times.
Oh! To make up for it! Because she did it to us 3 times! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it, Ryunosuke! Do it! Do it! Do it! What?
I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior.
No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door—
No! I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times!
Huh? The number keeps creeping up, doesn't it?
Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it! Don't even think about it!
No! I don't even know how! I've never thrown anyone in my life! Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confessed, I was most impressed. Where did you see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling?
Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique.
Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me.
How beguiling.
Throw the 16-year-old! Do it! Do it! Throw her! I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. He's gonna punch her!
There he goes, dancing around again.
Punch her! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Punch her! Punch her! Do it! I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw.
Yes, I'd be honored.
Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam.
Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
Is she really gonna flip me? Can't she just flip fucking Sholmes instead? Sorry.
Hiya! As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh yes, arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it?
Actually, no. That was a Susato squash.
And then Ryunosuke passed out. It looks like it's punching her.
In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Cosma flickered into my mind. Is it a date? Oh. Oh. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. Oh! Karma! I hope it's not related to the Von Karmas. It probably isn't. That'd be funny if it was. A Japanese man's sword is a soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. I'm already messing up my reading. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing you had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Yay! And that was episode 2. I got an achievement. In hindsight, it was a good idea. In hindsight, it was a good idea to stop where I did in the last stream, because that would have, then it would have spawned into like a 7-hour stream, most likely. I just finished episode 3 and honestly, what the fuck? Oh my god, you guys are scaring me! You guys are scaring me! I don't know what to expect! I have no idea! I know nothing of this game! I finished episode 3 too! I'm on 4. Oh my god! Oh my god! Alright, let's see what's episode 3. So I can join the what the fuckness? The runaway room. Eh?
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter.
What?
A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself.
What?
However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner.
What?
My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed
the prelude, the beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
That's kind of gay. Hey, animated cutscene! Ah, oh my god, those outfits are so cute.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
They're so cute, both of them.
And look at all the steam locomotives.
They're so cute.
This country is incredible.
Whoa! Soap!
I feel like I'm
I get the feeling we're gonna
This is the
someone's gonna
capital
steal
of
our
Great
luggage. Okay, never mind.
too.
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
They're so
In that case,
cute.
the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And
Wow.
welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Wow. Very pretty. Oh my god, the clockwork and everything. Whoa. 18th February. Oh, it was just 4 days past my birthday. Dang it. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Also, I noticed, does Susato and Ryunosuke also have, like, slight accents to them? I should be giving them, like a British accent then. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. Phoenix Wright loves to have stuff happening in February. Yeah. Yes. That's true. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice Office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Whoa! Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm an hour, 12 minutes and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than we were standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. Strongheart. Sir, introductions. I am Mael Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't be a mouse. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I am Ryunosuke Naruhodo, from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London! Wow! The fucking noise outside. Welcome to London,
the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. Are these accents getting tiring yet? I don't think I'm very good at... I'm doing the British accent very good, so I might limit it to just Sholmes. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London?
Oh,
Help! I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city!
it's simply splendid. Isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Just pull out the one you tried to do during the other game, the Scottish... No! Oh?
We had a wonderful view of some London streets from the carriages on the...
I can't read. Hold on, I need to drink. Ugh. Too bad there ain't no Scots. If I remember, didn't the British Empire and the Scottish have like tense like strained relationships? I believe they have the not so great relationship. I could be wrong though. I don't know anything about Europe. I didn't study about Europe. So far, Cam, so far. Oh yes, they do not? As in they don't have a good relationship, or... I'm guessing that's what you meant. Okay, alright. Irish and Europe especially. Ah. Okay, gotcha.
We had a wonderful view of some of London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost lost for words.
I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded.
Oh yes, astounded is the word.
Thanks for saving me there, Shisato-san.
And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor.
Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we will be hosting here in London.
Great exhibition?
Oh. Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop.
Gosh! I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be.
Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world.
Even if you do say so yourself.
The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun.
Huh. Fitting. Lord Chief Justice. I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you?
Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves.
That's right.
The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores.
That's amazing! The news reached him before we even arrived.
My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours.
Oh, thank you.
And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news.
Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person.
They tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regrets that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study tour arrangement can no longer proceed.
If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart.
What do you have to say, madam?
It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal.
Would he now?
Well, Mr. Naruhodo. This is it then. The moment of truth. Oh boy, here we go. The thing is, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead?
Please, Mister, can I be a warrior, please? Please, I want to be a warrior. Please. Is my friend is dead, please.
Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done.
Just a little puppy man looking to defend the court of law, please.
Well, in that case,
What if there was someone else? Another warrior from Japan, I mean.
is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from out your country. And that was Mr. Asogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand.
Well, the thing is...
This really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man.
Mr. Naruhodo,
I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there is someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's me! It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Cosma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all the British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short of a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please! 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Nebuhideo, was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in a good state as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir.
yes?
You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path?
Well, yes, that's my intention.
I see.
Am I imagining things?
Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you.
Really? Epic!
So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as of yet, so this will be welcome news.
Today? Straight away?
If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? At least we're not the accused.
Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart?
Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. Of course it is. Why does this guy give me Damon Gant vibes?
A murder?
An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment.
British Gant! British Gant!
Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Oh god, okay. The accused is you, actually. You're a suspect for the killing of Herlock Sholmes. Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of the gallows.
Presumably, you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law.
We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life.
I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable.
But you can't do that, can you?
There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose.
The defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged.
Ugh.
Mr. Naruhodo!
You've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen.
He's testing my resolve.
What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be?
What do I say?
Do I agree to this absurd test? I mean, we gotta. Alright then. If I have to give you my decision now, my answer is... I can't do it! I can't get the words out! 15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. Sir, here is my answer. Among Us. Among Us. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance.
Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Sato. But what could I do?
It's alright. I understand.
You do?
It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it.
What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Mrs. Sato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer to stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating this one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day. But for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Oof. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said... I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. Death. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful! And that is the truth.
Why does it have to be like this?
Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from the very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? Why are you saying it like that? Because I like the idea that the British just can't say his like Japanese names right. And whenever I say it like that, I'm thinking of like, you know that anime with the skeleton that works in the bookstore, Honda-san? There was like a scene where he was like talking to a foreigner, I think an American, like an American, and the way he said Naruhodo was like Naruhodo, and it was so funny. So whenever I see that word, I just remember that scene. What do you say now, madam?
Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve.
Oh.
Meow. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves as you try to prevent a man from dying.
He's gone. He just faded into existence.
The Old Bailey.
If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once.
Their stronger animation just synced with mine. Look at those British. All right, where's our defendant?
Oh, thank goodness we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins.
I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose.
Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines in one of it's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly.
I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege.
Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started.
Yes, I suppose there's that.
Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all.
So this is the Old Bailey. Even the fuck, why can't I read?
Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one to be crushed.
Yes. Whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment.
Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir? Hello? What are you doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces from the east I use? We're from Japan? Yes. Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. Oh, is he an Irishman? Sir, how much do you need? No, we're just here because... No need for explaining, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. That sure is not Irish. I'm not trying to be Irish. Tis grand. I'm not trying. I'm trying to be like really dumb British. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. Call me and let me do a bad Irish accent. I'm Irish. I don't even know how to do Irish. Hold on. Give me a moment. Irish accent. I don't know the difference. I can't tell.
Theft of up to 60 sheep on Mount Brandon. One of the farmers is offering a reward for information leading to the return of the ewes, which are worth thousands of euro.
I don't find that. No, that's right. Then you window in. And you want to say it, find that. No,
Last Saturday, Mikey Joe O'Shea brought his flock of Scotch sheep down from the mountain commonage ahead of Lanning. He discovered over 50 were missing. Allowing for a number of deaths and strays, Mikey is convinced over 45 sheep have been stolen.
possible at night. There'd be a full moon there around night and it should be bright out and there could anyone go from the mountains to the night. But there was 45 sheep missing, like, in the lambs and everything. The sheep just can't out the night with your money, like.
Okay. 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 I think I can do it now. It is nothing to me at all. I like to ensure that I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. No, that's Scottish. I can't do Irish! I don't know these accents! I don't know! I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? I don't know. I don't know how to do these accents. I'm so sorry. I don't know. I'm so sorry. Well, even so, we couldn't have possibly accessed such a large sum of money. Ah! That hit me in the eye! Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you had to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster and blazes! Do you not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names? No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Just next to Hyde Park. There in the center of London, and another beautiful park. I can't, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Accent sounds like. I could never tell the difference. Ow, my knee. Sorry, a park. What? It's called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated to the city, so I did. An entire park? In central London? A city of smiles. That's my vision of London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its square old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Ah, but! Now they've the gall and say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me! Magnus McGilded! What is the matter with the London police, I ask ya? Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students, on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for your trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying? You daft idiot! I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Well, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it! That's the only explanation! Well... Not at all. Although, it is a little strange, to be honest. Why don't you have a lawyer, I mean? That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did he just say the Reaper? Aye. The Grim Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Barak von Zeix. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zeix stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. Ugh. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned!
What? So it's reached a desperate situation. Where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. Oh, wait. Oh. Hold on. So... is Pavlova going on trial in Britain? Because she is guilty. Even if it was an accident. And they sentence all, like, guilty parties... like, for, like, this for, to death. Oh. You could say he's living legend of the Old Bailey.
Goodness. Lord Baron von Zykes.
Or Zeeks? More like Baron von Yikes.
He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then.
Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed.
Cursed? What on earth?
The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin, innit?
His counsel. That would be me.
Oh, 'tis time!
Well then, fella. Don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened.
Until you showed your face here. I'd made up my mind, so I had.
Sorry?
I decided that I have to defend myself in there.
How would that have worked?
But then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know?
'Tis no accident, I can assure you that. 'Tis fate.
So don't get cold feet now, please.
I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo, the man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yeah. Oh, that was Susato. Yes, something that Cosmo would never have allowed to happen.
Counsel for the defense? What are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand.
I'll be right there.
Oh baby, oh baby, let's go.
It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. To be continued? Oh, no. Oh. You lose your right to stand, and then they break your fucking legs. Oh god.
There it is! The fire! The multi-witness stuff! Yeah!
So this is the highest court in Great Britain. The Old Bailey. Centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? He's so nervous. Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again.
I know, but I just can't help it. He's a little puppy man. My little woof woof. Was that a vampire?
Look at the judge. There's a little wig.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared.
What is this vampire-looking motherfucker? That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Your second love? Oh my god, I'm excited to see what this guy is like then.
Counsel for the defense. You appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried!
Those eyes please me.
I'm sorry? Nipponese.
They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes.
No, Mr. McGilded.
Yes, my lord.
You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner?
As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. It's not the British way to ignore the dangers of yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance. I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud.
Listen to Mr. McGilded.
What a fine gentleman London has in him.
Did you hear they donated £5,000? Mother, please, let me go and play in Mr. McGilded Park.
It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him.
Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality.
Impartiality? Yeah.
Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord! If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready.
At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree.
Ha! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. I feel a chill.
Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson.
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, those people are... The jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. The knife dude be a handsome bastard, I suppose to say. Mr. Naruhodo, those are people. I love Typewriter Lady too. Idiots, yes. I'm excited to see what's going to happen. If I remember, the last time I played something like this was in the Layton crossover. I think the crossover game with Professor Layton was the first time they did something like this, and I remember it being very fun. So I'm excited for this as well. But how exactly did the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes.
Prosecutor Van Six, my lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity.
God, you are a vampire.
So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware?
Wow. Nice tits.
I'll leave that to your imagination, my lord.
So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. What? It's true.
As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity.
We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. Nice scroll.
The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks, known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason.
Sorry? Thrice?
He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired was said to be almost indescribable.
Aww.
The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service of the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death.
Yes, I agree, he titties.
Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, it's in color, too. Epic. His eyes are so pretty, too. An armband I inherited from Kazuma. It identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout the Empire of Japan. A report prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner. It gives the cause of death, internal hemorrhaging. Let me get it. Thrice-Fired Mason, 54. Occupation brickmaker. Time and cause of death, 15th of February. Wow, just after my birthday. Lol. Between 10 to 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in the omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from trauma. Into the picture. Poor guy. Got stabbed. Maybe I killed him? Maybe. You don't know. How old is he? He's 32. I think Holmes is only like 2 years older than him. He's an incredibly wealthy philanthropist with a wonderful reputation in London. I'm to defend him as a test of my worthiness to become a lawyer.
I call Pixel Curves to the stand.
He's 52. My goodness.
The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are...
Good lord! Is that blood, counsel?
Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested.
What? Mr. McGilde's gloves had blood on them? You know who I miss? Who?
Blood in this British courtroom? Bloody hell!
Gumshoe. Yeah, I miss it too. I'm pretty sure they have no connection whatsoever, but I want to feel like Hosonaga has like some of Gumshoe's spirit. Or I guess the other way around, technically.
Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well.
The defendant's leather gloves have been added to the court record. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I even started!
Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, There were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time.
Only 2?
Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you?
Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded? To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it.
Are you claiming to have been asleep?
'Tis the notion of the carriage, my lord. Lilton, so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before me in my life. Hosonaga isn't as much of a himbo, though. He doesn't have the body of a himbo, but he definitely has a bit of the... He has the spirit. He has some himbo spirit. My god, this neighborhood. Wow! I love this neighborhood so much. Love it. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul would rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed.
Unfortunately, that statement of the driver is only the beginning.
What? That's not all of it!
There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed.
What?
Order! Order! Order!
Calm down, Noka, my god!
When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command.
Bailiff, bring the witnesses at once. Alright, let's see them witnesses. Aw. Look at all these British.
Witnesses, your names and occupations.
My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo.
Pepper.
I drive an omnibus on the East End.
Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city.
My name's First. Lady First. What a name! I love it.
My name's First. Lady First. I, make hats for gents.
I love his name. I love it too.
Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnessed the aforementioned incident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Quite right.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir.
Very well then, let's proceed to our formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw.
Head boy, here we go. What the witnesses saw. it was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. Why did I... Oh, God. Okay, give me a moment. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused reached over and plunged the knife right into his guts.
That's right, he stabbed him! I screamed, I did! I couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too.
Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes.
I would like to ask a question, if I may.
Yes, counsel?
Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, in the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it?
As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes.
Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses have possibly seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. Ah?
How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself, and are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus?
Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning.
No matter. I've arranged for all of us to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is.
What do you mean? The actual scene? How?
A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much.
Yes.
The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building.
Here? What? The entire carriage?
Bailiff! Bring forth the stricken omnibus!
Okay. Ah! I see. Yeah.
So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside in the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there's a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above.
Ah, skylight. Oh!
The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced a crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Fix your wig. Very well. I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence.
The whole ass dang omnibus. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Can we examine it?
We can! Let's see. What can we see? Well. British! Is this implying Phoenix Wright is British? Phoenix Wright. Oh, that's good. That's really good. That's really good. I love that. Let's see. Is there anything to examine? You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure.
Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly.
That's not good for us.
London 5th Avenue. Anything else to examine? Oh. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London's streets from up here.
So people sit all the way up there, here on bitter winter nights, with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so?
Ugh. I can't imagine how cold it must feel.
That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around in the city in the freezing cold as a punishment?
Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late.
I love the interactions these two have. Oh, this is the same? Okay, so it doesn't seem like there's anything else.
Wow, let's open the door and go inside, shall we?
Ugh, the scene of a murder. It's horrible. Oh, we can actually go inside! Epic! Ah, that's a poster of the Great Exhibition that students are starting 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition.
Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Okay?
The seat has a handle, it seems. Oh!
Nanny.
This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running.
Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems.
There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure.
Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway.
There's like a space right here, though. Okay, they say the same thing. Alright, now over here.
Eh?
Ah, that's a poster for the Great Oh, another one?
Blood! Blood!
That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victim's, obviously.
Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck.
Would you really stab someone in full view of the other passengers like that? I wonder.
Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight.
Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Bloody ill. Alright, that seems to be everything we can examine for now. What about the gloves? This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London.
Well, nothing will come of grumbling now.
No. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed?
Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin with his right hand a little earlier. Ah, pity. If only he had been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Look at them polygons. Oh, I meant to hit back. Okay. Alright. Yes! Great Britain is simply extraordinary! I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. I just did. Let us continue with proceedings, then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray don't expect this Nipponi stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Wow, rude. Alright. My first cross-examination in a British court. Cute. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus! Imagine all the words are still English in that on the omnibus, considering it's England. I wonder if that was in the Japanese version. True. That would be interesting. So if your customers, I remember it well. Oh, it's left.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes, ever so cold. It was, sir, freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at this time. Is that correct? I'm gonna give him like a really weird British accent.
Yes, that's right, sir. Not all travelling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though. No.
And there were no other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted, for example?
You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none.
So nobody fled the scene of the crime then?
I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does. Every evening, like the last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sort of say.
Beppo. Someone did some data mining in Fortnite, and guess what it's collabing with potentially? Oh, what? I don't play Fortnite, so I don't really care, but I'm curious. What do you mean by that?
Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see.
Among Us! Oh, that's great. I need to tell my friends about that, because they actually play Fortnite.
Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus.
Hold it!
Excuse me. And you saw them through the skylight in the roof on the carriage? That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Oh, hold on. There's stuff written on the seats, I just noticed. I'm curious. Oh, it doesn't, okay. I guess it doesn't matter, then. I guess it really just doesn't matter what's written there. Alright, never mind. I guess it wouldn't really matter anyway. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. Ah! Wait. That doesn't look like McGilded. That doesn't look like McGilded at all! The 2 of them were wearing hats, so I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded.
How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt here. Ugh, I really wish there was.
Hold it!
You actually saw the moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? He has a cane. Or a fair dinkum hard-working city banker's not considered trustworthy these days. Oh, no, I didn't mean that! This is no good. I've really got his back. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord! Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, you can't fool me. Whoa, 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 hold up, dude. You haven't even, what the fuck? I know he's not wrong, but like, at least hear everything out. You shouldn't do that. That's so irresponsible. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. Hold it! That's precisely what I was about to say. No. As forearm of the jury, it is my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. Yo, wait, stop! What is happening here? I mean, that's what it said, no? Oh! I misread it. Yeah, whatever.
Let me see. Ah, yes. It seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts.
With fire?
Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago.
So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean...
Let's do our best to make sure that doesn't happen.
Ugh! Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare.
That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you?
Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absentmindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out of his belly, that huge great knife.
A grim sight indeed. Ah, that didn't help me at all! The jury looks like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before.
That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions.
Mr. First.
Oh, yes, sir!
Is this the knife you saw?
Oh, good Good grief, yes, that's it! The very one, sir! Is that...
Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly, like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of a considerable size, Counsel. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Ugh, please, no. M. For Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
But there are M's everywhere! Yes! Like in Mason!
Objection!
Oh, he gets a different objection. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder most certainly belongs to the accused. Ugh!
Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel.
The murder weapon has been entered into the court record. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption.
Juror number 2, go on.
Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait! What are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish! Oh, jeez. No! I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. You gonna talk now? I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Jesus Christ. Not again! That's 4 out of 6 jury members who have proposed a guilty verdict! There are only 2 left! We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... Alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. Okay, before that... I want to check out the sword. Examine it, okay. An ornate letter M, undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded initial. And it's beautifully gilded too. It must be very valuable, I should think. What is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. A W? Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all. But what I am sure of is that this is an M. Oh. Well, that idea was quickly squashed. I was thinking it could be a W too, actually. Oops. That part is a sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry. Yes, I just don't really like blades. And you took Kazuma's katana? Oh. Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade. That's Kazuma's soul. Aww. Aww. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Whoa. Cool. Fancy. Ugh.
That looks like a lot of blood.
It surely is blood. The victims.
Ugh. An Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood.
Did you think it wouldn't?
Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust.
Yes, I do understand. It is a fancy blade. I didn't mean to hit that. Actually, let me look at the picture again.
It wouldn't be surprising.
Let's see. I'm gonna save really quick. Alright, let's continue. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see?
Well, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was.
And by the passenger, obviously you were referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
And the other passenger had the knife in his hand like this.
By the other passenger, obviously you were referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded.
And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly.
What? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of our city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself.
And yet...
But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. Yeah.
No, please! Just keep an open mind a little long! Get up, little Salvazer! The finish is in sight!
Oh my god! Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says.
Thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir.
This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man.
Granny, help us!
Granny, help!
Madam juror number 6.
Yes, dear. What can I do for you?
You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand.
Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know.
Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning?
Oh, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the park, to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have done anything to take another man's life. He is always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to the McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books?
How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of man Magnus McGilded really is?
Eh? What kind of man is he?
The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir! and one with the very darkest of souls.
Eh? What?
Stone the crows!
McGilded lends money to extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him.
Oh no, he's a loan shark?
When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the weak.
I've never heard of any mention of that before.
Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So had this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service?
You're not saying that...
The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing in his name save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts.
Good gracious!
The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded.
I don't believe it!
If I might add something briefly.
Mr. Sato?
You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded.
But where's the evidence to support your claim?
Ah! What the?
Can you just do that?
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice in a court of law.
Why is he... Is he really... Is he actually a vampire? Because everything he does is it's like, it's vampire. He's gonna throw that glass. It's like, but enough talk! Have at you! Like Dracula. Oh, looking at his drink makes me thirsty. I'm gonna go get a drink of my own. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Hold on. I'll be right back. I need to go get a drink. I'm thirsty.
In it. Hello, loves. I'm back, and I have water with me. Okay, let's continue with the gamers.
Aha! There it is! Lord von Zick's hollow chalice! How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor.
The fuck is that emo cam?
I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself.
As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job.
What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is Adepta's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find that the victim's name clearly recorded inside.
Oh.
Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. You better not drink too much wine, or else we'll have to piss!
A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence.
The debtor's ledger has been entered into the court record.
Ah, yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum.
Can we open it? This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets about London's gentry.
Oh dear. Do you really think we ought to look inside?
Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder.
I assure you, we will not find Mr. Sholm's name inside.
Well, let's see what we find.
Ooh.
I can't read anything.
Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it?
Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off.
Ah, goodness!
What is it?
Look at this! Do you see the name here? Bruce
Oh! Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? Brianowski, please. Among Us is just Ace Attorney if the trials were 60 seconds long. If the trials were 60 seconds long and you didn't have evidence. Sorry. I keep hitting the A button instead of B because I'm not used to Xbox controllers. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense.
Oh. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes.
Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel!
Oh, no, 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 ma'am!
Still, maybe it's all for the best.
Wait. Ah, wait a minute! Let's think about this a little more before.
I don't stand for nonsense!
That was it. The last juror's decision.
According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, the court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here.
The final verdict. It's over then.
Oh! There's a footnote, though.
A footnote?
However, the defense... Hey!
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement on this case.
Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision.
According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections.
Mrs. Sato, just tell me one thing.
Oh, yes?
You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next?
Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, the court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point.
Summation? Examination?
Objection!
A summation examination. From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck.
Oh,
What even is it, Mrs. Sato? This so-called summation examination.
oh, one moment, and I'll read about it.
You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical meat ponies. Rude.
Alright, Mr. Naruhodo. I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury.
To do what exactly?
Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions, and it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed.
Make them reverse their decisions.
Yes, in times gone, the barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age.
Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
A summation examination. A last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? Assert our right, duh! The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
No! London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial.
The defense petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination.
Fuck yeah, baby. This is madness.
Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready?
Eh?
I'm not. There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so. All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision.
On what grounds?
You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty.
Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot.
This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before.
I don't really hold with all this justifying luck. That seems to have thrown the jurors off.
It seems none of them have experienced this before.
Alright then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyers attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. A turnabout, as they say.
So be it. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant Magnus McGilted guilty of this most serious crime.
Okay, let's see. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions.
There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it had to have been him.
I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers, with fares totaling 20 pence.
He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen. I must say, absolutely brazen.
I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far, and drawn the logical conclusion.
You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices over 4 pence for years.
The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor! It beggars belief!
I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this, though. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them, and use some very persuasive language.
Yeah, because I'm fucking... I know. I'm very...
Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo.
Can I get a fucking,
According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you the more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become.
Then what on earth am I supposed to do?
Oh dear. I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right. I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work, then?
Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments.
What do you mean?
Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together.
And that's the way to break them down, you mean?
Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other.
I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination.
Oh! Yes, I suppose you're right.
Find contradictions in their statements, and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Right. Might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. Bah! Oh, I double slap! I have to pull this off!
Cute.
Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal.
Yes, my lord.
Oh, baby, here we go. Oh my god, he's standing! He's standing!
Look at my boy!
He do be standing. He's standing.
There is no reason inside the carriage at the time.
there's no one else in the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him.
Hold it!
But does his ability to recall his takings that night really tell us how trustworthy the man is? I manage all his lordship's cash affairs, so I'm very particular when it comes to accounts. I see. A single penny can mean the difference between life and death, after all, can't it? That's a saying in your country? My point is, a man who minds his figures is a man you can trust. Those of us in service would swear to that, sir. Does the bench really need any more polishing? So if the good driver says that he saw Mr. McGilted in the act, I don't doubt him. The only task left to do today is disposing the rubbish. Now wait a minute. One of the other jurors mentioned something about money, I think. Now would be a very good time to listen carefully to the jurors' statements again, Mr. Naruhodo. If you notice an inconsistency in what two different jurors are saying, I should expose it by pitting them against each other. Yes, let's see. Yeah, I know which one. She's saying it was like 20 pence, but I remember the other guy said it was 40. Yeah, you. 4 pence.
Hold it!
That's how much it costs to take the omnibus?
That's right. As the guildmasters, I decided to set a policy for our drivers across the city. One fare no matter which bus you take or how far you're going.
Or maybe, oh, well, actually no, because if it's 4 pence. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, no. Wait. No, it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up! There's a missing person. Because if there was only 4 people and they each paid 4 pence, it'd only add up to 16. There's a missing person. I can do math. I can do math.
Us coachmen have to make a stand together.
Motor cars, you say?
Yes, and this murder is one of our buses. And this murder on one of our buses is extremely damaging to our cars. It's beyond the pale. It'll lead to a decline in passengers. You mark my words, and it's all that rascal's fault. He has to pay.
Is it a crime? My goodness gracious.
Is it a crime or his buses? Is it the crime or his buses he's more worried about?
Anyway, every member of my guild is reliable and trustworthy. So if the driver says he saw him do it, that fellow in the dock is as guilty as sin.
Pit. Yeah.
Objection!
Objection! Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
They do. Explain yourself, counsel.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
I swear Silver Blaze's name, maiden name. I haven't the first idea what you're talking about.
According to the group testimony we've heard so far, oh my god, look at him walk around, look at the animation! There were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence.
That is a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated.
But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts.
What, man, what?
4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare.
1 person's fare.
Yes! In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about.
Good gracious!
This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men. One and all, trustworthiness is our watchword.
The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Guildmaster, I think you want to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus.
Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end,
Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a fireball into the innocent side of the set of scales.
Now hold your horses there, coachman! We were all in agreement!
What did the...
Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo!
Yay!
This is all very irritating.
Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. Yeah! Yeah!
For the love of Mark, not you as well!
A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Oh, really?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it!
If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly! You can do it! Oh baby!
Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination.
I'm changing my leaning to innocent. I should like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. Do you change your mind? He struck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far, and drawn the logical conclusion.
Beppo, this trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of this corruption. Not guilty, I say!
The scoundrel stabbing the poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. Oh, hold on. I believe the way they think stabbing happened is, like, incorrect. But let me save just in case. Let me press just in case.
Hold it!
Careful! You could hurt someone with that!
Well, fine one to talk. What of that sword hanging from your waist,
No, that's just my battered soul.
Well, anyway, I despise anyone with too much money. They're all the same, all stabbing some brickmaker or others behind the scenes, you mark my words.
Objection!
That seems very unlikely, doesn't it? I can see why you like this guy, Noka.
Are you mad, man? We know that small shorty is a rotten Shylock.
Well, yes, that does seem to be the case, but... Mr. Naruto, please, be careful what you say! If he's been trying to squeeze money out of us less fortunate, then as far as I'm concerned... He's as guilty as sin! That man can hang! Oh my god. Come to think of it, didn't one of the other jurors have something to say about the defendant's underhand activities? If you thought of something, Mr. Naruto, don't let it go. Test your theory. Pit two of the jurors whose statements seem to be contradictory to each other. No time like the present. Okay. What about you? I'm gonna assume it's this guy and the lady, but let me press her just in case.
Hold it!
I really think you should just stop waving that needle around.
You heard what the good coachman said before, didn't you? That hideous man stabbed the poor fellow, just like this!
Yes, that is what he said, you're right.
McGilded Park is such a lovely little place too. I've always enjoyed resting my legs there while I get on with my knitting. And I had thought that anyone who donated such a delightful place must be a fine fellow indeed. I suppose I was wrong. Whoever would have thought he was a miserable, murdering moneylender with not a scrap of remorse!
Oh, help. She's as sure as it can be that he's guilty now.
The old lady certainly seems to know her mind, doesn't she? So, we should find two jurors with contradictory statements and pit them against each other. Which is so much easier said than done.
Is that perhaps what you were thinking? How did you know?
Well, I took the liberty of doing some research in case you happen to find yourself in such a situation. Shall I read you what I found out? It is a little long, I'm afraid.
Go ahead.
Very well. Listen to this.
Oh, she gives me a summary, okay.
During the summation examination, you will hear assertion.
Oh wait, no, she's basically giving. Okay, I thought she was gonna give me a summary, but it's just explaining. Okay, never mind. Sorry, Susanto, I already know. Blah 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 blah. I believe it's this guy and the lady. Stop with the half-witting and get to pitting, Ryunosuke! Probably these two? They're the only things that seem to make sense.
Objection!
Those two statements are completely contradictory.
What? Explain, counsel, post-haste.
Oh, dearie me! Oh, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half.
What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you?
We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment that the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3.
What? Can't you see I'm busy here?
How would you describe the defendant's stab? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it?
Want to test me, do you?
It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the print banker said.
Yes, that was fair play's testimony, quite true.
Now then, juror number 6.
Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you? What can I do you for, young man?
Why does he have piercings anyway? Wait, does he have piercings? Would you say the defendant stabbed... How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam?
Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this! He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Now don't move! Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor.
Well, I never... They're stabbing in totally different directions.
What?
Bless my stitches! What a muddle!
What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth.
Oh!
But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet. What I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience?
Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies!
There you go. Yay!
The scales.
I don't believe it.
Hold it.
Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly a devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all.
You stupid fucking idiot. You fucking moron. You stupid piece of shit. Die. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this?
Answer me this, Doc Jinx.
Huh? Me?
What exactly is the problem? What if the two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events?
What of it?
Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it too. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you!
Oh, he does have piercings.
Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you!
They're ready to kill each other now. Watch over me, Kazuma. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? Nope. No, they couldn't. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Out of the question. Out of the question. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman.
What is it, Doc Jinx? Come on out with it!
What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question.
What are you talking about, man? How could you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job? As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof.
Easy. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish.
What?
There's two pieces of evidence I feel like could work. It's the autopsy report and Moon's I feel like there's two pieces of evidence that could work for this. Either the autopsy report that specifically says only a single stab wound,
and the picture where he's clearly seated with the knife still intact. But I think it's the autopsy report. I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question two witnesses saw two performance crime scene as proven by the autopsy report. Right? Yeah. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once.
Eh? Only once?
It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times.
Alright, I can see defeat.
Hey! Epic!
Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty!
We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo! We've won! Well, we haven't won yet.
What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir! No one deceives me. But we had a consensus! I said shut your trap!
Thank you! Woo! Yeah! He does have piercings, huh? Look at that. What's that animation? What? I was drinking water. Why? Stop it! Stop doing that! Stop it! Stop it! Stop! Stop! Stop it! Stop it! Stop doing that right now!
This knife is coated with the deadliest poison. I shouldn't have done that.
Please tell me he's a barber.
Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there's no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. And the trial must continue.
Why'd you clip it?
Oh, fuck. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth.
Epic! We did it! Yeah!
So, Lord Van Zieks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please.
Okay. All right, I'll take a sip too. Oh, you're not drinking? Okay. Okay, asshole. Oh my god! At least you're wearing gloves. That would be very bad for your hand, good sir.
Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice.
Gay ass attorney cocktease. Hi, Cooney! You missed me nearly choking. If you want, you can see it in the clips. Noka clipped it. Me fucking choking because this fucking asshole with a knife.
It may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zieks! Is it cold in here or is it just me? As your antiquated tone no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination, so I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would he grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle.
Whoa, he took off his cape. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Oh, my controller vibrated and everything. Hey, welcome back! Witnesses! I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure.
Yes, sir. That I did, sir.
Of course I heard it.
Oh yes, sir, I heard it.
You, sir, on the end. The coachman, I believe. It's Beppo.
Yes, sir, my lord, sir.
If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind.
Oh, mio Dio.
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination.
Oh, by the way, Cooney, you need to see the names of some of these witnesses. It fucking makes me lose my mind. Like we got Sasata Mikatoba, we got Male Strongheart, Magnus McGilded, we got Barak von Zykes, or Zeeks, we got Thrice Fired Mason, Beppo, Bruce Fairplay, and finally, last but not least, Lady First.
I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it.
Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
He fiddled us on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sort as well. It's all too much.
I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so. Yes.
Counsel, make sense of this for me, please.
The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage.
Beppo! Explain yourself!
I'm terribly sorry. Aw, his eyes are cute. He's got cute little eyes. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster.
The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare?
It's so cold. And the last one of the day is always half empty.
You have been dishonest, coachman.
I'm sorry.
So, he charged them all 5 pence. Then that would total up to 20 pence. Okay, so fuck. So there were 4 people. You're a disgrace, Beppo! A disgrace! And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild!
If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week.
What?!
4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently.
No, that figures.
What kind of name is fucking I'm guessing you meant to write Beppo. Beppo. It's a cute name.
Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained.
Pebbo.
So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please.
Beddo.
We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games.
Yeah, you fucking dickhead. Absolutely.
I'm not doing another combo of those.
Cool. Only calling 4 passengers that night. I swear it, but
Hold it!
Uh-huh.
So, there were only 4 passengers on your carriage that you didn't charge them, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right?
It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. I was so cold. It was all I could do to stop myself from passing out.
I'm getting chilblains just listening to you.
It was terrible. So I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Does a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny?
You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger on the omnibus that night. Then we would have another suspect.
Well, half everyone was told I had to pay 5 pence on the bus.
Hold it!
Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir.
And I just told you that I did.
A flat fare of 5 pence across the board.
It's not something to be proud of.
The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead and buried. I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place.
He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
Hold it!
This blood-curdling sight, you mean the murder, I presume?
Yes, sir.
A loathsome sight. No one should have witnessed the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life was taken.
Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed.
Good gracious, really?
We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it.
But Mr. First didn't actually see the moment at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw the horrible blade poking from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. Oh, poor guy. Must be rough.
I'll tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing the man. Everything I said before stands.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him.
That's what I said, isn't it?
It was bothering me before, this was. But for just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question.
Anyway, there was only the 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a 5th passenger, but as yet, 0 evidence.
Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty.
Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was.
Oh, yes, he's stabbed and yes, he did. I think so, yes.
Hold it!
Earlier you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes. Yes, that's right. You said that the moment the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose. I might have, yes, put the cart before the horse. Maybe.
What's this?
Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes. And the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment that the victim was actually stabbed at all? I really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the... Oh. You got something to say there, bud?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay?
Now you listen to me! I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment that fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh?
Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. Mr. Foreplay. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he just have happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Some days are like that. I say, no chance. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus, that is.
Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a bowlet day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you.
Thank you, Mr. Fairplay.
Excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord.
I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw.
I can do that, all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was.
Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man? Hands? Hands?
Objection!
Hands? Blood-soaked hands.
Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it.
Wrong! Well, Humphrey. Look at my boy, all smug! Look at him! Look at that smile, that damn smile. I love Rinosuke so much. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar.
What?
Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question.
Yes, right.
And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Ugh. I don't like that. I don't like that sound. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent.
Gah! But no, that can't be right.
So you're the liar here then?
Gah! That's right! You were quite clear about it! You said it was both hands! Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it was in both hands. It was only one. But the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection.
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands. Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Gah! What? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake! My word should be the gold standard! I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snot. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. I can't read. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case?
Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial.
I can't read! My god, hold on. I need water.
It could turn the tide in this trial completely.
Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. I have evidence. I believe so. Because... yeah! Yes! My lord.
Yes, counsel?
The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes. Evidence that would clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Gah!
Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness' alleged deception of the court.
This.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt.
According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say?
Ah! Well, what of it?
Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case?
These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist.
Cease to exist?
Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Order! 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 Mr. Bruce Fairplay!
Yes, your lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim?
I hate that noise. Your silence speaks volumes! You did not tell the truth in your testimony! Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. McGilda's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained.
So you keep saying.
What's up, lady first? I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. First.
Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir. On the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What?
What?
It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Oh, maybe I should have said that with having something in my mouth. Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes! I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Okay. Before anything, I will be right back. I'm sorry I keep BRBing. I want to get some food because I'm kind of hungry. I only had one thing to eat today, so give me like 5 minutes. I will be right back as I prepare some food. So sorry about that. I'll be right back. Ah, I see. You waited for me to BRB to do that, Cam. Motherfucker. Anyway, we're back. I got food. I got a food now. So hopefully my throat will stop dying. Another drink. Anyway. It is like showing, right? Okay, yes it is. Okay, anyway. Fuck you. You're right, but fuck you. I hope you've all been enjoying the Ace Attorney music. Okay. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attackers' hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen.
Well, lo and behold. In truth, a fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment of the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly... there was no one else inside that carriage, and that man's hands were covered in blood.
Oh. That's really not what the testimony is about.
Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more.
Blood.
The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's testimonies.
Sorry. Give me my plate. My plate of food.
In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case.
You have 666 sapitos. That reminds me, speaking of sapitos, I mentioned this before, but I have had an idea for like an extra, some new redeems. And it would involve changing my model. But before I can do one of them, I need to purchase a specific item. And that is something that squeaks. I need to get I need to purchase an item.
Your mom sent me good!
Cam, you're 666 sapitos! No! Wait, how could you do that if you only had 666 sapitos? You liar! Oh. Well, anyway. But yeah. Shut up! But anyway, I did have an idea for one, and for like a new redeem that would involve changing my model. And it involves having 2 people on screen at once. Same for the other one I had in mind, that I would need to purchase a specific item to do what I want to do. But that's something I'm kind of cooking in the background for the future. So I suppose look forward to it, question mark?
Well, the cross-examination counsel.
Yes, my lord. My lord. What's up? Oh, the food warms up my body because I've been cold. Oh, well, I don't mean like a live 2D model. Not yet, anyway. I wanna, if I ever do that, I wanna talk about that with Noka. Because I trust Noka. Like, look at you. True. If it was just my little character,
that it would be very easy, for sure. But what I have in mind is a little more complicated. Well, it's not super complicated, but it's more than just me, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Alright, let's press.
Hold it!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. I might stop doing the accents because it's getting a little tiring, if that's okay. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless. I know what I saw, and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw, but why? The only thing I can think of is, like, maybe he did see that there was that the perpetrator had blood on both hands. But that doesn't mean that the perpetrator was McGilded. In fact, the fact that our gloves only have, like, blood on one hand kind of just proves that McGilded probably didn't do it. So we're in the go. We're good to go, right? Sorry if you hear me slurping. Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salience point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim scene, the victim's blood dripped guiltily on the accused's fingers. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
Hold it!
Don't try to downplay this! Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well you know. But for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. That's not good. That's perjury. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? How do you hope to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? Well, that's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. So you were gambling. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's for sure. Oh, that's a sure thing. Huh. A little guinea or 10? How much is guinea, I wonder? I actually don't know how much that's worth. I'm guessing pence is like, $1? Question mark? But I don't know how much a guinea is. I'm a banker! No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend! The judge seems to beg to differ. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. The witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. It's really how it's supposed to work.
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too. Blood on both hands? Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGilded's gloves has any signs of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilded sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw that blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded's gloved hands. Ah! That's helpful. That's helpful for us. There wasn't blood on his hands? This is puzzling indeed. You basically just helped us, dude. Thank you. This must be significant somehow. I'm sure of it. I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream. You basically just helped us. You didn't see anything? Oh, yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Well, still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir, I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses! At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Bendito. Oh, please. You didn't even see that? It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid, sorry to say. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter night. Beppo! Ah! Poor Beppo. Anyway, the fact remains there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen.
Hold it!
Actually... I wonder about that, actually. That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh? Why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one would open the door. It was locked. That's right, and it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up on the roof deck and look longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down. I was glaring, long and hard. And that's precisely why I can't tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else in that cabin, I would have noticed. Well, I don't know about that. I mean... unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? Wait, oh, I didn't pay attention! I wasn't paying attention, shit! Shit, fuck! It's a hugely significant change in the facts of the case. I know it's a large window, and certainly affords a good view of the inside, but... well, I think perhaps we ought to confirm what they're saying with our own eyes, as much as possible. What do you mean? I mean, we could examine the evidence first. Yes, I know, that's what I was thinking. I feel like there's something they could have missed. Let me see, I believe it was the last thing. Ah, god damn it, I pressed the button again! Ah! There we go.
Hold it!
And then you press. I'm sorry I'm speed running through this. I'm really sorry. Actually, let me look at... Is there a way to lock this?
Have you seen enough? Let's sit back outside then.
Oh, okay. Doesn't really say if there's a way to lock it, but... I guess if it doesn't say like, oh, this can't be locked, then it's like, and then it can't, then it could be locked. Okay. Never mind then. But I do think there is a way for someone to have hidden in here, and these two not to have seen it. They might not have been able to. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right. Yes. In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? My golly, really? I'm slipping back into the accents. It's not as fun without the accents. Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied. That at the time of the incidents, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Oh, it's playing the fucking, the startup scream music. Oh my god!
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. Why does he say Nipponese? Just say Japanese. Why Nipponese? I mean, I know Nippon is how they say, like, Japan and Japanese, I think. But it's so weird to say Nipponese. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh.
Very well. I will uphold the prosecution's demand.
You will identify the area on this cross-examination, this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly on the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated? Where was it again? Hold on. Let me in. Was it on the left or the right side? It was the right side. Okay. So, like here? Let me save just in case. Always save. I think it's here.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel. Whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other. Which means the visible part of the cabin which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight. Oh, that is not at all what I thought, what I was thinking about. Okay. That makes way more sense. I picked the right answer, but with the incorrect, like, thought process. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and the attacker were sitting is obscured from the view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Ah!
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. Hey, can you stop that?
I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you are able to put a name on this mysterious passenger to whom you allude.
Can you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Don't think so, actually. I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I don't think we have anyone, do we? Oh, wait. Maybe... He did say he was asleep. I'm gonna save. I feel like I'm wrong in this thought process, but I'm gonna save. I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt. Let's not delay, counsel. Sorry, I'm eating. I have food in my mouth. I'm sorry. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus that could be obscured from view, I think him. Because, like, we don't have anyone else to suspect, I don't think. And he did say he was sleeping, but he also helped, he was, like, fiddled with the body of the victim. And these guys say that the victim and the defendant were sitting next to each other. Look at me. God damn it, Cam. I already say it, but I'm gonna shoot my shot. I think it's him. Oh my god! I have my controller on the floor. I mean, on the table. Sorry, hold on. I need to take a bite. I'm very hungry. Okay. I finished my food.
Excuse me. Ow. The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded?
What are you talking about, Counsel? That's the name of the defendant!
Objection!
He fucking threw it! This fucking chucks a wine glass.
If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zeeks!
People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own, but I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand.
Okay, fuck you then.
When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise of which this case is built.
Fuck you. But that premise may be wrong.
What?
If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way.
What inconsistency, Counsel?
The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance.
Yes, their testimony remains unchanged.
Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimonies reveal the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party?
Obviously, the true culprit.
Extraordinary!
Order! Order! Order!
What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witness has clearly stated that they saw the accused.
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces.
Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though.
Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir.
And what particular style of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First?
I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter?
The style of hat makes no difference! There was no third passenger in the cabin!
How can you be so sure?
Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. Gilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled.
Yes, actually. Yes, actually. Yes, it's true. He didn't notice. He was asleep. Ryunosuke, he told you he was sleeping. He was asleep the whole time. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. No, it is completely possible!
Order!
There is clearly a simple solution to this problem.
Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand.
Well, what say you, counsel?
The prosecution objects, my lord.
On what grounds?
As I suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it would have been a most deliberate act.
Counsel opt for the defense. What is your opinion?
My lord, should we ask Mr. Gilpin to testify or not? I'd say testify. More testimony is good. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand.
In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this.
If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say.
Get the man out here, I say!
It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony.
When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild.
Hearing what the patron of my favourite little park has to say, oh yes, that would be lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard.
Well, the court will hear the bailiff show the defendant to the stand at once.
Oh yeah, I'm kidding. I'm fine. Oh, has it been 4 hours? Oh, you're right, it has been 4 hours. If there's a to be continued after this, then we'll stop. Now maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear.
Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day?
To be sure, I have, my lord.
There are now 2 matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin, as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police?
By God, no! It is not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the question, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true! Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. What? You... What? What? Huh? Excuse me? You did what? No, Magnus McGilded, that convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry. So I am Lord Van Zix. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason. I'll show you.
Which was?
Well, the little child was just in the wrong place in the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see. Please stop pointing it out. I get so embarrassed. I don't know how to do Irish. Your Scottish accent is getting pretty. I get so embarrassed! I don't know how to do Irish. I have no idea what an Irish accent sounds like or what makes it different from a Scottish one. I can't tell the difference. I really can't. I don't know what the difference is. It's not me trying to be like be rude or anything. I'm just stupid. Oh man. Oh, he said child. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into the. They've hauled her here into this here courtroom, just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. Is he implying the other person in the carriage is a little girl?
And who was this young child of whom you speak?
That, I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings.
What? Oh! What? Whoa, 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 whoa! What? Wait, whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa, 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 what's going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo, cover your face!
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape! Secure the omnibus!
I hereby call an emergency recess! Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom! Whoa, 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 whoa! We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber, we had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. What the fuck?! What the hell just happened?! What?! What the fuck just happened?! What the fuck? Is this allowed? Alright. I am gonna stop here, but I do want to see, like, a little bit to see what the fuck is going on. Cause I'm like, what? Huh? Alright. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo! I've managed to find out what happened. Mr. Sato! I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade. A type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. We're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh! What's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here! I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions. Along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself. There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? 20 pence. Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo.
4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Mrs. Sato. I want to see who this girl is. Oh? Oh? Oh! There's the young girl. There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before.
Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier.
It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, the sort of type typically employed by the army. Whoa!
Good gracious! The army? What's in the devil's name?
It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught, and now occupies the stand.
Your name, girl. Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior?
If I may, my lord.
Yes, Mr. McGilded?
I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is it that this wee lass over here was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that? 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night, so it is.
Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case.
What the fuck is going on? Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Dem begorra! A loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless me soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. Begorra!
I remained somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed
into it. Fuck! I don't know what I'm doing! I don't know these accents, man! Why couldn't they just make him British? It's easier if he's British. Young girl was indeed riding on the omnibus, is that correct? Tis exactly as the defense counsel said. This last was the 5th passenger, my lord. Can we see her fucking face?
the defense may now cross-examine the witnesses.
I don't know, cause like, I don't know, cause for me, he wouldn't have an accent at all. It wouldn't really be easier. It would just be no accent. You don't really sound like you have an accent. Because with like Spanish and different like Latin American countries, it's like, it's not really an accent, it's just a way of speaking. Like, almost every Latin American country has like a different way to speak Spanish. It's like how like British, Irish, and Scottish, they all sound completely different, but they're still technically speaking English. That's the same, but with Spanish. Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. Can we at least learn the name of the girl? Buh. The knight in question. I really want to know who the fuck this girl is, though. I can't even check the fucking profiles. Interesting.
Hold it!
Because I want to know who the fuck this girl is. I was hoping that they would at least show who this girl is, but we don't know. I want to know who she is. I want to find out who she is before we fucking stop. And when you first got into the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either.
You were the first passenger, as it were, I see.
Aye. And that's why I took the back side as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, 'tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite of which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable, and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing to the skylight from time to time. Then begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say? And a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? It was like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the ground, falling to the floor, having been stabbed? Well, now you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage, but the fella on the floor. You didn't see anyone, but at the same moment, you did hear a scream.
From the seats above you, on the roof deck, I presume.
Not above me, my lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes. There was a fell collapse on the floor and says,
Hold it!
You set him up? The victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks! Now, why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business.
The business of lending money to exorbitant rates of interest.
Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle of trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no! I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and the wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self just do just the same? Yes, that scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing.
Hold it!
Afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, now, 'tis a queer thing. Haha, queer. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse my vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious. Aha! Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I've been sitting, I found there was a wee cubby hole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine. Yeah, we know what it is. And that's when I found her.
Hold it!
You say she was hiding herself. Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. You're really overacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could... Hi! Sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her. The seat opposite. That's right. Just next to the dead gentleman there. You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream. A fellow's voice this time. Presumably, that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seat. None of this makes sense. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly.
In other words, the previous witness did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. Gilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason.
Aye, my lord. That... what? I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. What?
It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused, perhaps, with this young girl.
After that, of course. With the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses.
Thank you. I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is this girl?
Can you speak? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, and her cross among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket.
What? This girl here? A petty thief? Order! Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question! Whoa! 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 She shot the judge! How dare you! What is the meaning of this?
Oh, she left. Ah! The girl! She's gone!
Open your eyes! I'm over here.
Oh, I like this theme music. Good gracious, how? What was the point of that little sidestep?
I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught in the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, ain't it?
No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast...
Ah! Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do.
Let me guess. You don't count smoke guns amongst weapons for thugs?
Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheel drags. Nice, isn't it? I like the pink best.
Do not wave that thing in my direction again!
I like her.
So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question.
Tis alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. I like her.
Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said.
The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade,
Lestrade? I don't know. I'll say Lestrade.
as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question.
Alright, if I have to. Ah! Funny. Funny name.
Gina Lestrade. Generous trade. Okay.
So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then, after a while, I heard this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of me skin, did. And the scream just came out. It's because of that. This I can't read. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind.
Yes, he let you go.
I fail to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I've said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for.
Oh, I think a demonstration is called for.
This is where I was, where I sat that night.
And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath this seat, I presume.
Da-da-da-da!
Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature.
Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I parked myself on the seat for the duration.
Ah!
So you see, that's why I let the lass spot. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent.
even though you must have realized your actions would have resulted in your own innocence being called into question.
Not at all, my lord. Not at all. I knew it in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass.
My goodness! What a perfect gentleman!
My lord! This fine example of a man could not possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like that. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir.
Hey! Yeah. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Hey! Woo! Woo!
Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to the verdict is not guilty.
I mean, we still don't know who did the murder, though, so I don't feel right getting the not guilty before figuring that out yet. Yay! Woo!
Mr. Naruhodo, it must mean...
It must mean what?
that we're victorious!
No? We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
What the fuck?! Sir? Leg! If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. That was oh god. Were you waiting for that? Were you waiting for that this whole time? This really is a consummate example. Let's see, hold on. If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends you. That's what he said. Of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in the investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord! The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilden's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What?! Order! Order! How could such a devious contrivance have possibly been effected, Counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponi's friend. Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. No, yeah, he's right. He's right. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How this was all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Seeks.
Are you...
Are you crazy? Do you know how suspicious that sounds? Are you crazy? Do you know how fucking suspicious that sounds? My dude! We examined it! It was full of shit! Oh boy. Oh boy. By the way, when I first did this case, I examined the cushions instead of the handle that lifted them, and thus thought I just couldn't open it. So at this point, I had no idea I could have even done that. Oopsie. Oopsie doopsie. What does he want me to say? That it was empty? It wasn't empty! It was full of stuff!
Counsel, do you have something to say on this matter?
How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under... It wasn't empty. It wasn't empty! It wasn't empty! We checked it at the very beginning when it was submitted. It was full of stuff. Is it empty now? It is empty now. It's a storage compartment, but it's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. It wasn't empty before. It wasn't empty. I can't lie. Ugh. I can't lie. I can't lie. I can't do it. I have to tell the truth. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember, at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes.
Are you sure, Counsel?
Ara! Be whist! What are you saying now, you daft dog? I thought you were on my side here! Oh, God.
What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position?
As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting.
'Tis not altogether pleasing, fella.
I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded.
Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing me best interests here, lad. Now then. A fella's memory is a curious thing, and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts.
That there cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here?
I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. The compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state that the omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That moneylending fleecer and the pick purse are lying! Ah! I can't believe I'm nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick! Of course it's a trick! Quite so, I must concur. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate.
Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is a matter of outstanding cross-examination.
I don't like where this is going.
The counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please.
Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. So what do I think about... By the way, it's been 5 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna stop it here for real. Fuck, dude. I have no idea. I'm gonna stop it here for real. I'm gonna make another save file just in case. I legit have absolutely no idea. Like after that though, like I don't think McGilded is like very innocent. I'm still inclined to believe he's not guilty, but after that reaction, I don't think he's innocent either. I feel like a bigger thing is going on. This could be like this could be a Matt Engard situation where your client is actually guilty. If that were the case, then that would be pretty sweet as well, because that doesn't happen very often. Like, it only happened once. But yes, thank you for coming to the stream. I'm glad you liked my reaction. Before we go, let me see if there's anyone available to raid. Oh! Dottie Dog is streaming Luigi's Mansion 3, if anyone wants to watch that. That might be fun. Yeah, let's go check out Dottie Dog. Let me just... blah, 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 blah. Luigi. Yeah. Yeah, let's go raid Dottie Dog. As for a raid message, I guess for a raid message, just just this maybe. If you have the emote. Just this. Like, just use that as a raid message. But thank you everyone who stopped by and watched, listened to me react to things. Thank you for the subs, the follows, the clips. No, I'll do it now. There we go. Thank you so much, and I'll see you next stream. Monday I do have some games planned. And Wednesday
I think I'm gonna be doing like a draw pile stream with the boyfriend Rock. We'll see how things go, but I think it'll happen. I'm very excited. And we'll continue Ace Attorney on Friday. Neat. I'll see you all next time. Goodbye, everybody. Have fun with Dottie.